Still can't hear me? You can hear me now?
Yeah, you.
Okay,
can hear you now.
Fantastic. Sorry about that. Good morning, guys. How are you doing this morning? Are you good? Come on, turn your cameras on so I can see you. Just give me a thumbs up if you could. I want to see some live from you guys. I can see some beautiful smiles. I can see some amazing smiles on this beautiful morning. It's an amazing day. It's a sunny day out in South Africa here in Durban. How's the weather out in Poland? How's the weather out in Russia? How's the weather out in Denmark? Whoever you are. Look at you guys looking so amazing. Some of you look like you just finished your breakfast. I can see you. You're looking so shiny and bright. Man, oh man. All right, guys, we're going to kickstart off day 2 of our conference. Welcome back. I hope you had a good afternoon rest from yesterday. If you agree with me about yesterday's session, you're just going to show me a thumbs up. I'm going to say a few things. If you agree, you show me a thumbs up. If you don't agree, it's a thumbs down. All right. So can you agree with me yesterday that we learned something new? If you say yes, thumbs up. Can you agree with me that yesterday we definitely were challenged to think bigger and better? If you agree, show me a thumbs up. Can you agree with me that all the speakers of yesterday, they were just fantastic? Show me a thumbs up. In the groups yesterday, when we are in the different rooms, can you agree that the facilitators were amazing and they did a great job? Awesome, man. In your screen, can you just point at the direction where I am today? I know yesterday maybe I was down. Today, maybe I'm up, maybe I'm on the side. Can you just point where fortune is? You can't see me. Someone is saying I'm down. Am I up? Someone is saying sideways. Oh, come on. You can't have me in 3 sides at once. I see someone is pointing 3 ways. I'm a magician, I guess. I'm disappearing from here to here. All right, guys, we just had to have a little bit of fun. Before we kickstart our program, I just want to officially welcome you back to day 2 of our conference, which is a webinar. We are celebrating World Planning Day webinar. The actual World Planning Day is on the 8th of November, but we are doing a celebration nevertheless to honor the many men and women who are doing amazing, amazing work across the world. And I just want to say salute to all of you guys. And before we commence with all the proceedings of today, can you give yourself a round of applause for the fact that you are amazing and you are doing a great job? Great stuff. Welcome back, yes, guys, to yet another day. It is day 2 officially. We're kickstarting. We just want to give a huge shout out to all our stakeholders, as we always do. The formalities are very important. So we want to thank, to name the few, it's the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which is UKZN, famously known here. It's the best in the country, so yeah, you better know. This is a great platform. So also we want to thank the South African Council of Planners, which is SACPlan. We also want to thank the South African Cities Network for the support they've shown to this conference. We also want to thank SAGA, which is South Africa's local government association, for partnering and making sure this is a success. Also the Municipal Institutes of Learning. Furthermore, we want to say a big thanks to the International Society of City and Regional Planners for endorsing such an event. And you are officially welcomed wherever you are. You can take your coat off if you're wearing a coat. You can have fun. Crazy enough, it's not in a conference room. I can't say that take your coat off because you're probably sitting in your shorts in your house already, even now. Confess if you're wearing your short, put your hands up. Because obviously we cannot see what you're wearing underneath. We can only see the top. So yeah, I know. Some of you guys are wearing a shirt. I see Eric Parker is saying, I'm wearing a short. Man, oh man. All right, guys. Yesterday we had such a very, very thought-provocative day. We had speakers that challenged our thinking. You know, we learned so many things in the whole proceeding of the day. Some of the things that I really learned, it reminded me of a story from my childhood, which I was told by an uncle of mine. So I am born and bred in South Africa, in the city of Durban, in the north of Durban, there's a small town called KwaZulu-Natal, which is called Stanger. The town is not so important, but I want to tell you something. In this town, the King Shaka Zulu that you hear about, yes, he's from that town. So King Shaka Zulu and I, we are like this. So yeah, so I'm born and bred in this town. I wanted to share a short story. So this uncle of mine told me a story about two young men who went out one day to look for a job. And as you know, in South Africa, our unemployment rate is quite high. Not only in South Africa, in the world over. There's not enough jobs to cater for all the people. So he tells me a story of two young men who went out to look for a job. These two young men, namely, he gave them a name. One was Mdu and the other one was Nosipho. So Mdu and Nosipho, they went to go look for a job. Now they didn't have any qualification of any sort. So as they went to look for a job, they started at a bakery. They meet the guy who owns the bakery, and the guy that owns the bakery says to them, young man, let me tell you something. I don't have a job for you if you don't have any qualification. Do you even know how to turn the oven on? And the two young boys sadly walk away, not getting the job, and they did not know what to do afterwards. As they were traveling, they moved from the bakery. They didn't leave the bakery. They walk down the store. They see a retail shop. In the retail store, it's a supermarket. At the supermarket, they ask them if you have any sort of experience of working in a supermarket. Do you know anything about the supermarket? Do you have any qualification whatsoever? The two gentlemen then again say, we are sorry, we don't have any qualification. Again, they got chased away. As they got chased away, the day went by. They went from the supermarket to the butchery, from the butchery to the cake shop, to everywhere. They couldn't find a job. As they could not find a job, they were already walking home disappointed. The thing was, one of them, Nosipho, he says to the other one, I'm not going to give up because at home we are very hungry and my grandmother has nothing to eat for tonight. I have to find something. And then the other one, Mdu, decides he's going to give up, quit and left. Nosipho was left alone. He goes to look for a job at a construction site. In this construction site, they were cutting down trees. They were cutting down trees and he went there. The guys that were working, they were buff guys, very big and strong men. Not big like me, but they were strong like muscles and all. So he goes there, the guys call him, they say the boss is actually looking for tough guys. Nosipho happened to be one of the guys who was tough himself. Then he went to the boss. The boss says to him, hey, young man, Nosipho, how are you doing? I'm going to give you an opportunity, but there's rules here. Listen to this carefully. There is one rule. The rule is every day, you must make sure when you go into the bush to cut the trees, you must come back here with 7 trees. Every day you need to come back with 7 trees. So all the guys that are working here were coming back with 7 trees. So Nosipho gets the job. The boss gives him an axe. He gives him the axe. He throws him the axe. Nosipho is excited. He goes home. He tells his mama that he got the job. Now they're going to have money to buy food and be happy as a family. Day one is a Monday. So Nosipho goes back to the construction site. It's day one, first day of him at work. As he's doing his first day at work, Nosipho goes into the trees with all the guys. Nosipho comes back with 24 trees. All the other guys were cutting down just 7 trees. Day number 2, Nosipho comes back with 20 trees. All the other guys were cutting 7 trees. Day number 3 comes. It's a Wednesday morning. They're all excited. Nosipho cuts down 15 trees. It's day number 3. Started with 24. He's now on 15 trees, and it's day number 3. When these guys are coming back from the trees, they are carrying
the coördinator van die SAFplan World Town Planning webinar wat vir klomp.
Sorry, Susan, can you mute your mic, please? As they were going down from day number 3 with 15 trees, the guys came back singing a song. It is actually one of the struggle songs that was sang in South Africa. Shosholoza, shosholoza. The guys were excited. Nosipho was excited. He's cutting more trees than everyone else. But day number 4 came. Nosipho was cutting down only 12 trees. Now he started getting worried. He went on to day number 5, which is now a Friday. He was only cutting down 11 trees. And then he decided over the weekend, because they were not working, he probably lost some strength, so he went back to the gym and he went to do some weights. He lifted his weights. He wanted to regain the strength over the weekend. He came back on the Monday. When he came back on the Monday, Sipho goes to the trees. He comes back with the guys in the evening. They are cutting down 7 trees. They come back singing, sho, sho, lows. And Sipho comes back with 8 trees. Now he started getting worried. What is happening here? Day number 1, I'm cutting down 7 trees. And now it's day number 4. It's day number 8. I'm only cutting down so few trees, which is 8 trees. He's worried. He started getting worried. And he went back home. He came back. It's day number 9. It's a Tuesday. He comes back. He cuts down 7 trees like everybody else. He wanted to cry. He didn't know what to do. He remembered one thing. Remember, there's only one rule. The only way you keep this job is for you every day to cut down 7 trees. So they go back. It's day number 10 now. It's the deal-making day. Sipho comes back. He goes to the trees with the gentleman. They come back in the evening. They're singing Sho, Sholoza, and Sipho has only cut down 6 trees. Now Sipho's going to get fired. He's worried sick. He's stressed. And then he gets called by the boss to the big office. The boss says to him, Sipho, come here, my man. And Sipho started crying. He knew he was going to be fired. He knew he was in trouble. He had to now answer what happened to him. And he asked the boss, sir, please explain to me, where did I go wrong? The boss laughed at him as he mocked him. He said, young man, I've been doing this job for years. I know people like you, they come here every day. Let me ask you a question. Before I fire you, you asked me, where did you go wrong? I'm going to ask you a question. And this question really puzzled me and changed my mind. He asked him, young man, when last did you sharpen your axe? It moved me. He said, when last did you sharpen your axe? And I want to tell you here, colleagues, today, too many of us have gone for too long with our understanding, knowing everything, thinking that we know everything. We don't want to learn from anyone else. This conference is all about axe sharpening. We are here to sharpen one another and to make one another wiser, to learn from one another, to grow from one another, and most importantly, try by all means, be open-minded, be open to learn from somebody that you don't know, because believe it or not, the solutions we are looking for, they're not sitting in Mars, they're not sitting somewhere in space, they're sitting with someone who is in this room right now. Therefore, with those opening remarks, I want to open the conference with our first part of the program. Today, we're going to welcome the 3 people who are going to give us feedback from day 1. Obviously, we learned a lot from day 1, so we want to know now the things that we learned and share and get feedback on what happened. So allow me to introduce the 3 people who are going to be giving us feedback from day 1 to tell us more on what they take from day 1. Number 1 will be Mr. Emmanuel. We have Dr. Chipunga and Mr. Musima. So I'll allow them one after the other. They will present, they will tell us what they're going to present about. Emmanuel is going to speak about smart cities. Dr. Chipunga is going to speak about spatial planning, and Musima is going to speak about COVID-19 in planning. I'm going to hand over to them. Exactly by the way I was telling them, Emmanuel will go first. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to our global participant. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Emmanuel Letebele from Strategic Spatial Planning. My task is very easy. It is to report back on the smart cities and the 4IR breakaway room. The first speaker in our very sort of interesting room was Dr. Matej Niksik, who is from the Urban Planning Institute of the Republic of Slovenia. He presented a very interesting project called Smart Ljubljana, which is located in Slovenia. What he indicated is that they are experiencing quite a rapid growth, which leads to fast motorization of their city. Some of the challenges that they are facing are related to air quality as well as flooding. And as a response, they developed a mobility management plan for the city of Ljubljana, wherein they are transforming the urban landscape into smart living spaces. And part of the response is also to improve the management of urban flows while focusing on sustainability. They also indicated that they're bettering the use of lives of the inhabitants of Ljubljana through the use of green technology, and the Smart Ljubljana project won the European Green Capital Award in 2016. And I think part of it is due to the fact that the master plan for the city of Ljubljana has green networks as part of its major backbone along the areas that they develop as part of their future development. He had a very interesting definition of smart cities. He indicated that being smart is being able to grasp quickly and think penetratively. He also indicated that being smart, you are required to act in accordance with your intellect. And I think he gave a human dimension to smart cities. And he also opined that I think there's a need to move from smart cities to wise cities. Given that Ljubljana is a city that is driven by innovation and the public is involved in smart city concepts. And his concluding thoughts were that you need to keep smart cities simple and close to the people. There's a need to make use of local knowledge and expertise. And even though the smart city concept was initiated by the ICT sector, it is really about people and the cooperation that brings better life and the use of common sense. So I think his take on smart city concept was also sort of looking at the human aspect. The second speaker in room one was an architect, Mr. Rajendra Kumar from New Delhi in India. He presented on what he calls the 100 smart cities, ways ahead and challenges. A very interesting take on smart cities. He started off by saying, call it wise, intelligent, or smart city. The requirement is that you need to be open to technological advancement, which I think it's a given. And he also indicated that smart cities require smart solutions to make infrastructure and services better. The intention behind providing smart cities in India, he looked at some of the objectives, which I'm going to quickly run through. One is to improve the quality of life, provide clean and sustainable environment, and apply smart solutions. Part of the implementation is to ensure that the smart cities will be replicated both within and outside of the areas that they are focusing in the Indian context. And on the implementation front, he looked at financing and the fact that there is a need to have a special purpose vehicle to plan, implement, manage, and operate a smart city. And he also indicated that the special purpose vehicle in the management of smart cities is headed by a CEO, and they do enjoy the support of national, provincial, and local government. A very interesting sort of take wherein, amongst other things, he also outlined, the success ingredients of having a smart city, which are, the concept of smart governance, smart economy, smart environment, smart living, smart mobility, and smart people. So there again, the human dimension is embedded in the smart city concept. The final speaker in our breakaway room was Dr. Hanna Obracht from Poland. Her focus was on urban data management for smart cities from a Polish perspective. A very interesting take on data management. She indicated that data is the new oil, because once upon a time, oil companies rule the globe. But unlike oil, data will continue to flow. So I think it's something to think about for the delegates that will be participating in the post-oil webinar ISOCAP 2020. He also indicated that in the Polish context, cities have a quite good experience with successfully implementing smart cities through the use of smart government and data-driven city in terms of decision making. And they also observed that societies are still, to some extent, excluded from the process of data collection. Now, they also learned that there is an opportunity to learn from technological giants in terms of using real data and the monitoring thereof. And she also indicated that urban planning calls for a more integrated and holistic approach in the establishment of data cooperatives, which will integrate all city actors and that can contribute to smart city solutions. So it was quite sort of a very interesting presentation that she delivered. And I think in sort of closing, she also mentioned that she was part of a research whereby they used geolocated social media as part of data mining and analysis. In the course of extracting the development aspirations of the citizens, I found that quite intriguing because they used social media to draw people sort of thinking in terms of how they need to respond in an urban setting in Poland. And I think in conclusion, she indicated data mining and analysis is the future. So I think from the smart city and 4IR, the common thread that sort of ran through the three presentations regarding smart cities was that smart cities should cater for the needs of people. It shouldn't just be all about technology. Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel. A very, indeed, a detailed one. I think I can agree with you on that. We really did learn. Those who are attending the room that you are in, do you agree with his feedback? Show me by thumbs up if you do agree with him. They could be disagreeing. Okay, you're getting all thumbs up everywhere, Mr. Emmanuel. I guess you did an amazing job right there. Okay, we're going to take Dr. Chipunga next to give us and detailed feedback around the spatial planning. Sir, please take the floor. Please unmute your mic. You are muted.
Apologies for that, Chair.
Oh, no problem. Good morning. How are you doing?
Very good morning to you.
I can see you are looking fresh.
My name is Chipungu.
Chipungu.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. We're learning. We're learning from one another.
That's right.
Can you try and say Nkwanyana?
Nkwanyana, yes. Got you.
See, I got you. All right, take the floor, sir.
Did I miss it?
No, you got it right.
Thank you. Right. Chair, I'm aware that we are meeting on this platform from different global locations. Well, for some of us, it's in the morning. I know there are some who are still in the evening, some that are still in the afternoon. But whatever the case, I'd like to believe that so far, so good. I'm on this platform to represent and report on the spatial planning session, which we held yesterday. It was quite a participatory and interactive session with contributions flowing from both the presenters and from the participants. Now, Chair, it's quite interesting to note that this was quite an exciting session chaired by Hartley. We had 64 participants and 2 presenters, Olga and Alexander. The presentation by Olga discussed the spatial planning from a contemporary global perspective, with a focus on practice, impact, and also recommendations for the future. On the other hand, Alexander gave us an insight into the evolution of town planning from a Russian perspective, with a focus on traditional planning systems, which in most cases are a monopoly of the state and are characterized by the top-down process. But what is spatial planning? This is the question which was posed at the beginning by the chair of the session. And we had a lot of contributions from the floor. Some called it a developmental tool. Others argued that it is driven by specific data and principles. Others argued that it's aligned to specific political and municipal leadership, whereas others argued that it's all about spatial decision making. Now, these ideas did converge with what emerged from the two presenters. There are two key themes which emerge from these presentations. The general argument, the general background which emerged was that spatial planning is in principle the physical manifestation, which takes normally two forms. One is that we see it in the form of, excuse me, mass production of building materials to meet insatiable global needs, such as in the construction of housing. Then another perspective which emerged is that it is development which is driven by the local context, where local materials are used to build the urban fabric. So these two themes speak to both the international perspective, but also to the localized approach as far as spatial planning is concerned. But it is also essential to note that in as much as spatial planning is meant to achieve these two aspects thematically, there are challenges. Challenges emanating from climate change, which is associated with floods and perennial droughts. Challenges arising from traffic congestion. Challenges arising from massive concrete jungles that are built in different cities. Challenges associated with the low quality of housing, bureaucratic red tape, challenges associated with restricted timeframes, restrictive policies, and even failure to align with certain issues. At the end of the day, it was concluded that if we are to move forward in the future and achieve sustainable development, there is need for us to come up with efficient technology, in as much as there is need for us to come up with local context-tailored solutions. More so, there is need for us to come up with—
Apologies, Doctor. Doctor, just a second. Can
Yes.
you please kindly remove the background as it is not working? We can't see you. Just remove the background so we can be able to see, because we've got colleagues that are viewing on YouTube as well. And some of the colleagues are viewing here also. Just remove your background and then you can just continue with your presentation so that we are able to see you.
Okay,
apologies for that, colleagues.
That.
I believe you couldn't see the doctor as well. So it's better if he removes the background, because it's possible that he's getting too much light bouncing from the back. As a result, it is distorting in his screen. We cannot see him properly. So they're just going to remove his background and then he's going to continue with his presentation. But Doc, it's very informative so far. We are really learning a lot from you. Thank you for that informative presentation so long.
Good morning, colleagues. I thought the doctor is still sorry. I thought the doctor is still on the platform.
Sir, apologies, okay. Sir. Can we just allow the doctor to finish his presentation, and then we can take any other
thank you very much,
feedback. Sir. No problem. Thank you, sir. Doc, you can continue. Thank you very much. We can see you now.
Thanks, Fortune, for being patient with me. Let me just continue with the recommendations before I conclude. All right, as I did indicate earlier on, as we proceeded with our discussion, we arrived at the recommendations. And some of the recommendations put forward were that for us to achieve efficiency in spatial planning, there is need for us to come up with efficient technology. There is also need for us to come up with local context tailored solutions. There is also need for us to come up with alternative building materials. There was also a proposal to make sure that we come up with alternative urban development models. And lastly, there was also talk about coming up with alternative planning policies. I would like to conclude by taking a niche from Alexander's presentation, where he posed actually a question. Should planning be directed at achieving goals or contribute to the expansion of construction activities? To me, this is an essential question which speaks to diversity in spatial planning, which speaks to innovativeness in spatial planning, which speaks to contextual peculiarity of spatial planning, but more so, which speaks to the national vision. So what we see from the discussions which we held yesterday is that the approach to spatial planning, in as much as it is driven by so-called general principles, it is embedded in the national vision, in as much as it borrows a lot from global practices, but also being driven by local expectations. I rest my case, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that very informative feedback. I'd like to believe those who are attending the spatial planning room would definitely agree with the doctor. Maybe if you don't agree or you have a question, ladies and gentlemen, let us just follow the protocol and the rules that we were following yesterday. If you've got a comment, make sure you drop it down on the chat section and it will be attended to. Remember, the second session is 100% dedicated to all discussions where we will allow all questions to be taken and presenters will deal with all the questions you may have. Just to go through the rules, I've been asked to just remind our guests and the delegates that remember, it's very important that you mute your mic at all times unless you are presenting or you have been asked to unmute the mic. This enables us to ensure that the person that is presenting at that particular time an opportunity to present and finish their presentation without disruption. Number two, remember the positioning of your camera is also very, very important, colleagues. Don't position the camera in such a way that we cannot see your face and we cannot see you when you present. Make sure that you are not too close to the camera or you are too far anyway. Also, number three, very important, avoid multitasking. When you are doing your presentation, try by all means to have all your documents and everything that you're gonna be needing in order and in front of you. And then also very important, the last one, the drinking and also of eating during the conference. Make sure you don't do that. It's very rude, especially to the person who is presenting when they see on the screen that someone is not paying attention. Last one, but not least, is the one of if you need to go to the loo or excuse yourself to the toilet or lavatory, make sure that you switch off your camera and you turn off or you put on mute your microphone. That is very important. As I highlighted yesterday, I've seen the most during some of these meetings and conferences. We once experienced a lady who just decided to just walk into the bathroom without switching the camera off. So you don't want to be someone we will make an example of next time. that will be something that's very inconvenient. All right. Thank you very much, Doctor, for that one. We are going to be soldiering on to the third person who's going to be presenting, who will speak around the area of COVID. Mr. Musima, can you take the floor, sir? It is all yours.
Unmute yourself, Mr. Musima.
Mr. Musima, are you here? Are you with us?
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was saying we were in COVID-19, in which we had both Dr. Mtunu and Dr. Serene. And Dr. Mtunu presented more about his thoughts. He was actually sharing his thoughts of how this COVID-19 pandemic impacted society. That's also the economy of the country, or rather the countries, and education as well. So as we can remember very well, we have seen what happened immediately after this pandemic was announced. We saw how society was impacted, how the economy went down, that even forced the government to borrow money to bail out businesses and also to support communities with funding. So in addition to that, Dr. Serene shared with us what initiatives they took post this COVID-19. And in addition to that, she has also shared with us how such initiatives were approached. And such approaches include the bottom-up initiatives, which were supported by the state, and the informal welfare system, in which there were people volunteering and also crowdfunding as well. And they also had a CRT project that documented the responses to the COVID-19 crisis. So some of the issues that arose from the presentations are the issue of the densification. That is the challenge of food security and densification. So the thinking was that maybe there should be a densification so that the issue of food security could be provided for. And another question that came up was the issue of the land question in South Africa. On what extent are the South African challenges in the face of this COVID-19 were exacerbated by this issue of land question, which I think the colleagues will think about it and how maybe has this really affected our communities. And one other comment that was raised was the issue of hotspots, especially in the urban areas. We know in the urban areas, we having some of the areas, especially the informal settlements, and of course our townships, where in some cases it was very difficult for government to regulate, or rather to make sure that people are following the regulations as they were set out. And another issue was the issue of the poor and the vulnerable groups who got impacted by COVID-19. This also affected the informal sector. We know that most of the informal sectors were closed, especially after this COVID-19 was raised by the state. So most of the businesses, they shut down. Most of the people lost their jobs as well. Then the informal sector got it even more worse, because even when the levels were going down, most of the sectors couldn't get an opportunity to open. So those are some of the issues that were raised by colleagues. And again, the issue of the services. We saw government starting to give more services, trying to build more houses for people within a very short period of time. So we're not really so sure if really government should wait for this pandemic so that they can give services, or if they should just give services as they are supposed to do. And lastly is the issue of us in academia, how this pandemic has really affected us. Some of us, we have some of the modules or courses that are field work-based. So we really need to think on how are we going to deal with these issues if people cannot go to site visits so that they can complete their assignments. And lastly, I think it's the issue of rural planning. We more and more talk about inclusive cities, inclusive urban environments, but nothing is being said about the rural areas. So some of the colleagues in the House raised the issue of also including rural areas, making sure that their spaces are also functioning the same way as they are supposed to be functioning. Our education system should also include those in the rural areas. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, sir, for that one. Very informative indeed. I'd like to get from you guys, did he mention those who attended the room in which he was in, where we were talking about COVID? Did he mention all the things that were talked about? I think that's very important by showing me thumbs up. Let's participate and be part of the program. Did he mention them? If you say yes, you say thumbs up. If you say no, you say thumbs down. But I believe he really presented very well. I doubt there will be anyone saying thumbs down. Anyway, that was the rooms part of the feedback. You know, yesterday we also had a panel discussion, which was very informative, which sort of just shifted our thinking and our mind. I know we had Dr. Sabina, who also provoked us greatly on some of the questions she was asking. And the things she mentioned, some of the things I really did pick up from her presentation was that the idea of paradox is embodied in smart cities. And she asked, who really is working in smart cities? Who is making these smart cities? Or what are they made up of? Is it people? Is it planners? Or is it the shininess of the buildings or the people or the things? Quite interestingly, she asked also something that was very much, can we be able to afford these smart cities? Less about machines and more about people. Some of the things she mentioned. Also, Mr. Adams also mentioned if planning is politics and politics is powerful, then how do we implement? Something that was very, very important that he did mention. Also, Joe also mentioned something which was quite mind-blowing. He mentioned that planning is born in crisis. It was indeed a powerful one. That session was facilitated by Prashina. It was quite an informative morning session indeed. All right, so carrying on with our program on day 2. On the slot, initially we were going to have our department head, who is unable to join us at the moment, Mr. Lihle Pewa. But however, don't worry, he has handed over reins to a very amazing lady who has been holding me by the German hand and making me run around and making sure that we get the work done on time. At this moment, I will allow Mrs. Lecker to come to the platform, and she will brief us a little bit also around certain things that are very important. So Mrs. Lecker is a qualified town planner and regional planner and holds a master's in town planning and regional planning. She is a registered town and regional planner within the South African space. She is currently employed at the eThekwini Municipality, Durban, South Africa. She will be presenting to us, but I actually have a question to her, which I really would want her to go in depth in. What are the factors that lead to poor implementation of the plans that planners make? Because we heard yesterday that planners are making plans, but they never implement them. What are the major factors that are affecting these plans from being implemented? Anyway, allow me to introduce, may you take the floor, Mrs. Lecker.
Thank you, Program Director, and a very warm and loving welcome across the globe to all the planners from the warm city of Durban. So as my program director already directed you, I have a question that I have been asked to respond to this morning. So if I could just ask Janice to move to the next slide. Please, Janice. Okay, so I want to make a few opening remarks this morning before we actually have this discussion.
Before you start, pardon, Leka, can you please turn on your camera for the viewers on YouTube as well?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, is that okay? Perfect. All right. So the opening remarks are very limited in number, but obviously they're very relevant as well. So town planners, by their very nature, are plan makers. I think we all understand that. Their profession teaches them to make, to draw, and to produce plans. And these plans of varying scale and content. But these plans are very important because these are the plans that shape people's lives. And by implementing such plans, they will serve to create opportunities for people and create live, work, and play environments. So that's the first opening remark that I'd like to make. The second one is that planning is a social science that shapes people's lives. And it is these very plans sometimes that become the reason for a planner's demise. And hence, the topic that we have chosen for this Congress is so apt. Lastly, in the opening remarks, I'd like to just say that planning in general is often considered to be challenging through its very nature because it is constantly changing. But the ability to remain relevant is exceptionally challenging, but it's also very exciting. So the question that the program director posed to me this morning was, what are the major factors that lead to poor implementation of some of these plans that planners make? So Janice, if we could get on to the next slide, please. So I want to talk about a set of generic principles across the globe. And I've chosen to speak about 5 of them, and I'm hoping that time permits us to actually speak to all 5, but I'll be careful of time as well. So I want to pick up on institutional issues. I want to talk about some of the political issues. I want to talk about the social, the economic, and of course the COVID-19 issues. And lastly, and importantly, the land issue, time permitting. Thank you, Janice. All right, if we can move to the next. So under institution, right? And I think very importantly and across the globe and from all the literature research that I've been doing over the last few days, there seems to be an apparent lack of spheres of government to actually talk to each other in actually producing plans or in translating plans. And these plans, as planners will understand, are plans that direct the actual development of a country. Now, in the South African context, our national legislation, it's called the Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act, directs us to have a national spatial framework. It then says that provinces should have a provincial spatial development framework. And then lastly, it says that at a municipal level, we too should have a municipal development framework. But program director, the extent to which these plans actually talk together or talk to each other largely remains unknown. And the results that we have, particularly in the South African context, is that provinces actually start to compete against each other. And they compete for the same resources, which are either human or capital. And this competition actually then undermines the vision of the country. Now, at a very strategic level, the ability for one plan to talk to another or to have one plan for a country is actually a win-win for everyone. But right now, it's largely a challenge. And from the literature review, you could actually draw the conclusion that there are many countries who are experiencing exactly the same problem. Now, I was very very interested to note that sitting in the Smart Cities room yesterday, we had Dr. Mate, who actually talked about the implementation in Slovenia of the smart city. But I was also intrigued that their spheres of government sing from one hymn sheet. India as well, and that was architect Rajendra Kumar. And, you know, India is an exceptionally big country, but governments and spheres of governments were starting to talk together in that context as well. So let me then say that there's some light at the end of the tunnel in the South African context as well. Because we too have believed that we have found the missing layer between these various plans that I talked about initially. And we have a tool that has largely emerged in the last few months called the District Development Model. We call it DDM, which is very much in its infancy. But we believe that this is going to be the South African missing layer that links all these plans. Now, if we get this right in the South African context, we're going to find that implementation, real implementation on the ground starts to happen. So Janice, if I could ask you for my next slide, please. Could I ask people to mute their mics, please? It's very difficult to actually have feedback. All right, so I want to speak now about major planning projects. And these planning projects are actually in the public realm, right? So we're talking about public realm projects, those that are delivered by the different spheres of government. Now, I chose to talk about or use examples of the port and of course new airports and other key infrastructure which the different spheres of government are actually involved in. Now, initially I said to you that the plans that we have possibly don't talk to each other. And again, I raised the issue that in this case, where we have significant infrastructure that needs to be implemented, due to the fact that we do not have one plan, the different spheres of government actually then start to cross-cut, and we will then find that we're going to have implementation problems. Of course, this has already happened, and it's been demonstrated also in unfunded mandates as it's been rearing its ugly head. The other types of planning projects that the public sector would actually respond are often transversal or multi-sectoral in nature. So we would be delivering projects that would require infrastructure such as water, electricity, wastewater, etc. But because of the silo mentality of the way departments actually do their planning, you will find that planning implementation projects are often on the back burner because services to the people come first. And of course, planning projects seem to get the back end of all of that. And then we find that where we have done these amazing planning projects and there's an expectation for delivery by the public, we find ourselves in a very compromised situation where, because these projects haven't been funded by the different departments, they don't get the recognition and don't get the implementation that they actually deserve. Now, you will understand that communities out there have an expectation. And when you find that you cannot deliver these planning projects or you cannot implement these planning projects, that's when you start to have these service delivery protests, etc., that we battle with. Also remember that when planning projects are not implemented, the end result is that job creation obviously is compromised. And of course, the fiscal of cities, not only particular to ours, but cities across the world will actually suffer because there's no income to the fiscals. Janice, may I ask you for the next slide, please? So I then thought, let's talk about the private realm, okay? And there too, you will find that major planning projects, and coming from a space called catalytic projects, we find that many of these bigger projects, they're catalytic in nature, are also transversal and multi-sectoral in nature. And again, these projects are actually reliant on the cities providing bulk infrastructure, such as water, wastewater, electricity, as I've already indicated. But again, it is the sector departments that actually don't have budgets to allow the planning projects to be implemented. The end result, some of these projects get shelved, some of these projects get phased, and again, it affects job creation and it affects the fiscal of the cities. Janice, may I have the next slide? So I looked further and I thought, let's have a discussion around legislation, because legislation is also a reason why we do not implement our project's program director. And legislation, it actually slows down implementation because sometimes it over-regulates and it actually prevents us planners from being creative. Now, often in public and private projects, you will find that public participation often becomes a challenge. And I completely concede as a planner that it is absolutely necessary to undertake public participation. But let's be serious and ask ourselves, at an implementation stage, do we really need public participation? And the question that I have to ask is that maybe the higher order plans that we have need more detail so that it prevents communities from becoming hostile at an implementation level because they claim that they don't know or that they were just unaware of a project in total. So I think that the sooner we start to actually revisit the content of the higher order plans, we will actually find ourselves in a better situation for delivery. Now, again, as I said, these are generic reasons, and literature review has actually directed me to make these kind of statements this morning. The last one under institutional is that obviously planning processes across the globe appear to be very complex and drawn out. Now, COVID-19 has actually forced planners to become more IT sane, if I may say that, and has actually introduced online processes that are meant to fast-track decision-making and hence deliver implementation sooner. Janice, may I have the next slide? All right, so we're talking political here, and I just want to make one or two remarks under political. So the literature review across the globe indicates that leadership actually changes every 5 years, and it's typical, like I said, across the globe. Now, particularly as it relates to municipal planning, this absolutely holds true. And when new leadership have fresh and exciting new ideas, obviously planning projects that were adopted in the previous financial year are not implemented. Okay, and of course, if you look at the same kind of theme or the same kind of practice, you will find that planning projects in the last possible 10 years have not been implemented, mainly because of the quick change of political leadership, which then jeopardizes implementation of planning projects on the ground. Of course, when planning projects are lost, budgets are lost. When budgets are lost, there is no delivery. So I think that the change of leadership often compromises the delivery of planning projects across the globe. Janice, if I could have the next slide. So let's talk quickly about some of the social issues, right, and how they actually contribute to the non-delivery or compromising of delivery of plans. So people migrate towards cities, and I think as planners, we all accept that. However, them migrating to city causes the changes or needs of communities rather to be ever changing. So as much as you have a plan that is being done, migration is happening on a daily basis, and you're going to find that the plan that you possibly have prepared and have adopted and that needs to be implemented is often undermined because of migration to the cities and people setting up their own land uses and setting up and doing their own kind of building works. So your plan then largely becomes undermined. However, I think that planning needs to become a little bit more robust and resilient in order to respond to such change. Guys, can I please ask you to mute your mics? It's feedback really bad.
Excuse me, sorry for that. Colleagues, can we please be mindful of our mics? Please mute all your mics, because it is very disturbing to the person presenting, because you are disturbing them. Also, Leka, please be mindful of the time.
Yes, thank
All right,
you.
thank you. You may
Thank you,
continue.
Program Director. So let me speed along then. So the suggestion is that plans need to be reviewed, right? And as much as we have multitudes and layers of plans, we need to sit down as planners to actually look at how we can do things better considering this pandemic. Now, I said that people's needs also change while planners are making plans. So these plans that planners make also take a long period of time to be translated into something that actually becomes an implementation plan. So we need to find ways in which to get to delivery at a faster rate. Janet, let's just go to the next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of COVID, right? Obviously pre-COVID, and we find that some of the global economies were really, really resilient. In the South African context, unfortunately, we suffered a recession, an economic recession towards the latter part of 2019, and we never recovered from that. The recession resulted in a huge blow to us and thousands of jobs being lost. This impacted on the built environment sector, and both local government and private sector were then found wanting to review their projects, their budgets, and their implementation. So in the South African economy, we never recovered, and largely implementation was put on the back burner. March 26 saw South Africa go into lockdown 5, so it was complete shutdown. And this resulted in no implementation of projects until late October 2020, which is just a few weeks ago. However, most of those projects have now lost their budgets, and many of them are unable to be implemented. And with the elections coming for us next year, communities are starting to really scream about implementation. Janet, if we could go to the next slide. So many projects, such as our new dig out port, had to review their implementation plans. And remember, this is the backbone of our economy. It allows movement of cargo into Africa. And other strategic infrastructural projects, obviously, the implementation was compromised. And like I said, this phenomena is not only particular to South Africa, it's actually across the globe. So we need to find, and while we have found ways to regrow our economy, town planning or planners need to really, really find a way to be more responsive to basically taking cognizance of COVID. So Janice, the next slide. So as it was mentioned earlier by the program director, you know that during the Great Depression, the Empire State Building was built. And I think that's a lesson for us where private and public sector needs to come together to be more resilient. And we both need to work together to be more impactful. Both public and private sectors need to create new opportunities for growth, promote local businesses, and relook at our plans and be true to ourselves. Are our plans really relevant? Are the land uses and densities that we look at relevant? And really, do they serve a purpose? So we really need to reinvent our planning, but still maintain quality environments. And we need implementation, and we need to stop making more plans. So Janice, the last slide I think that we've got is that of land. And the ownership of land across the globe is an issue. Now, whether, and this often impacts on the implementation of planning projects. Now, land in most countries, if you research it, will show you that land is actually held by the state. But whether it's held by the state or whether it's in private ownership, we're still having problems with land. And the previous speaker actually touched on that. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to expand on that particular discussion, of which I would like to actually discuss a little bit more. I also pointed out that land located closer to the cities obviously is of such high value that it doesn't allow the poor to access land. And that is why planners need to start thinking out the box to transform our cities, to come up with more innovative solutions that we can deliver in a more sustainable way. So the last thing that I wanted to, oh, sorry, Janice, just the last one at the end. Every planner dreams to better people's lives. Now is the time for us planners to make that difference, and we need to step up. Thank you, Program Director. I think I've actually provoked some discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leka. Not just some discussion, I can actually see what's happening in the chat. You know, everybody's engaging, and I love what I'm seeing. I really do. Thank you very much. You also represented the city planning very well of eThekwini. We are proud. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our presenters of the morning session, guys.
Thank you.
All right, guys, are you still okay? Can you give me a thumbs up if you're still okay? I don't see you. I haven't seen you for a minute. You're hiding yourself. Are you guys having coffee without my permission? I can see you. All right, as long as everyone is still good, we are soldiering on. We are on to the last part of our first session. Our first session is going to finish at 11:40. Guys, colleagues, please make sure your mic is muted. Keep it muted. I'm going to call your name out if your mic is unmuted. Please mute your mic. We can hear some cats and some dogs in the background. It's not good. It's not good at all. All right, we are soldiering on, guys. At this moment, I just want to apologize also because there was a program that was distributed to everybody, and the program has changed slightly due to unforeseen circumstances. We've had to move around a few things and give some of our other people an opportunity in the program as well, to replace some of those who could not participate in the program. However, we are soldiering on. Next up, we're going to have a panel discussion, which will be chaired. I think you'll remember her from yesterday, Professor Hope Madimisha. She will come back and she'll be chairing this session where there will be a panel discussion for the next, say, about 30 minutes to 35 minutes. Just be mindful of time, guys, and make sure that we keep to time. To all the presenters as well, have all your material ready, and let's make sure we respect one another. Everybody, please make sure that your mic is switched and put on mute. Professor Hope, good morning to you. How are you doing this morning?
Morning, Fortunate and all the attendees. I'm doing very well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, and I see you are looking very nice and bright this morning.
Yeah, I'm doing very well. Today, fortunately, we have 3 amazing speakers, which will be taking us through the panel. And I will briefly introduce them, and we'll give them time to make some opening remarks and presentations. So I don't want to spend a lot of time going into details who they are and where they come from, because they've got lots of experience, they've worked in different environments. So I'll just pick just a few points about them. As I introduce them, they'll obviously show that their faces up. So I will start with Mr. Frank de Hout. I hope the surname I pronounce it correctly, Frank. And he has a master's degree in urban geography and territorial planning, and is currently a general secretary for ISOCOP. And since around 2005, he has been working with UN agencies in developing countries such as Kosovo, Palestine, Nepal, China, and many others. Welcome, Frank, and how are you?
I'm fine. I hope you can hear me all the way from Athens, Greece. Thank you so much, and a happy World Planning Day. Well, a little bit in advance, but better to be early than to be late, right? If you agree, I would like to share my screen and show you a couple of slides. Is that okay?
It's okay.
All right, so here we go. Let me see if this can work. Yeah. Share, and I have to get out of this and put it on full display. Full display. Yeah. Are we getting there? Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, my contribution to this beautiful event and day would be as titled Territorial Community Empowerment, Making a Case for Barefoot Placemaking and Planning. So I am indeed representing ISOCARP, but I will also introduce you to an initiative from ISOCARP called Global Planning Aid. So let me go to the next slide. Well, first of all, happy World Town Planning Day from ISOCARP, and congratulations with your event, which we happily endorsed as a pre-event, an official pre-event of our upcoming World Planning Congress, but I will speak about this at the very end. ISOCARP, I hope I don't have to introduce you to ISOCARP, the International Society of City and Regional Planners. This is our map where we used to do, let's say, in-person, on-ground activities, all these colored dots. It's still a bit empty in Africa, though. So we really hope to increase our presence and interaction with planners from all over Africa. But at least we are actually very active for a couple of years in Southern Africa. So a very warm welcome or hello from Athens to Durban. And I have a personal relationship with Durban. In 2011, I ran the famous Comrades Marathon, 89 kilometers in 8 hours and 9 minutes in 2011. But they told me you're only a real comrade if you also do the reverse. So I ran from Durban to Pietermaritzburg, but not yet the other way around. So I still have to complete that challenge. So what is our relationship with South Africa, Durban in particular? Well, we had our 52nd ISOCARP Congress back in 2016. I was there and I loved it. Very, very nice, hospitable environment in the Congress. Lovely organization. We all enjoyed it very much. We also had another World Planning Congress in Kenya, Nairobi, some years before, but that's about it. So only two major events. So we are really ready after, let's say, the planned congresses to get back to Africa as soon as possible. And of course, hopefully, as soon as this pandemic comes to not an end, but we can control it. So we also engage in urban planning advisory teams, and there was one in Durban, of which you see there the cover of a magazine. So instead of producing boring reports, we try to, produce attractive magazines that are looking a bit beyond the small circle of planning experts. It's a difficult task, but I believe we need to do that. So what I contributed to the Durban Congress at that time, I was working as an advisor of UN Habitat, and I was working on the guidelines, on the handbook for applying the international guidelines on urban and territorial planning. On the left, you see the cover of the booklet of 2015 on the left. Recommendable, all planners should have that near to their desk, of course, also simply available as a PDF, but it's nice to have the printed booklet that you can consult from time to time with the 12 guiding principles. And on the very right, you see the handbook I drafted. Now, this is only a small part of what I did. So there is much more material to be shared. But in the middle is actually a loud call to apply these guidelines called Leading Change. And, very nice to see that this was sponsored by Salga and written by my friend, mentor, Cliff Haig. And I would really recommend read this document and energize yourself to be a leader on implementing SDG 11, all the other relevant SDGs, and of course also the new urban agenda and the international guidelines. So when I was in the Congress, I did a training on these guidelines, and I still have very good memories of it, but I think we should go to the next level still. So, well, there was, I think, ISOCARP really cherish these kind of in-person gatherings. It is where you feel the energy of people being together from different parts of the world. But then came the pandemic, and we have to adjust to it. So we are doing everything now remotely, online. Is not the same fun, but on the other hand, there has been a kind of positive explosion of activities, collaboration. Since I took this office last year, I am almost on a daily basis in touch with one or another part of the world. So, and this has never happened before. So it has a plus side. It also has the minus side that we, of course, miss being together in a place with a sense of place. Okay. Well, back to one of my last, warm experiences as a private planning consultant, freelance consultant. I am Secretary General, but this is a voluntary position, so I have to make my earning. But also, I think it's good for a Secretary General to have your feet still in the practice, to be in the place with the people. And what you see here was, one of these visioning workshops I have conducted, more than 25 of that kind of multi-day visioning workshops, planning charrettes, with a mix of planning experts and non-experts. Let's say the majority being non-experts, having no clue about planning as such. But of course, I always say you have more than a clue about your own living environment. As a matter of fact, you are the expert of your own living environment, and you need the planning expert to extract it, to process it, to synthesize it, to make sense of it, right? But not to tell you what your problem is and how you should solve it. So in the middle, this was an exciting visioning workshop in Hargeisa, the capital of Somaliland. And in the middle, you see that young, bright girl, Sargal Hassan, never heard of planning. And at the end of the week, she was explaining the plan to a couple of experts standing around her. So that is most inspiring, I would say. And here on that slide, you see the result. It resulted in the Hargeisa Urban Visioning Week with the joint declaration. And I replicated this kind of methodology lately in Banjul, capital city of Gambia, with 200 people crammed in a room when the pandemic was actually already around. This was in March, but we thought it would not come to Africa. So that was the last big meeting I could organize. But you see the energy of people being together, sharing their ideas, and being, stewarded by facilitators, including myself, but not to be there to tell them what to think, what to plan for. So this is what I call in-house planning, bottom-up planning, learning by doing. I have, let's say, this slide. I have tried to make a bit sense of this kind of approach in an article published last year in our yearly review, the World Planning Congress Review, that was launched at the Jakarta Congress. Beyond the plan, the need to build in-house capacity to plan, design, and implement urban and territorial strategic spatial plans. So it's up. You can read it for yourself. It is trying to make a link between, let's say, bottom-up participatory planning, but also planning at the strategic level for complex issues as mobility, transport, city regional, waste management, and so on. So really mixing the different levels and involving the people from the very, very early start of a planning process. And this made me think that we need to rethink a little bit, or not a little bit, a lot, the way we do planning, the way we
sorry, Frank, to disturb you. I just want you to run a little bit faster.
All right.
Yeah, we're having a problem with time today. I'm sorry about that.
I thought I had.
We still have 2 more speakers. Sorry about that.
All right, good.
Thank you.
We launched a new initiative at the World Urban Forum in Abu Dhabi called Global Planning Aids, which actually calls for this more bottom-up planning approach, making use of the vast pool of community developers that are not trained as planners, but with a little bit of help can become actually soldiers of planning, the foot soldiers of planning. And these slides, well, I will skip them. This is actually just to explain how bad it is in terms of the availability of trained planners in different countries. And this is all to say that, like in India, there is one planner per 400,000 people. Yeah, if you compare it to UK. So there will be never enough planners to plan what need to be planned, right? To implement the new urban agenda. So we need to completely rethink this and use the people as planners. That is a bit the approach. So, and especially in secondary cities, towns, villages in the global south, but also in deprived neighborhoods in the global south and north. So you always have a bunch of excellent planners working in the main cities, in the capital cities, on the big projects, but most often forgotten are the secondary cities and so on. So Global Planning Aid is that new partnership. Planning skills need to be made more widely available socially and spatially. It's a joint initiative with the Planning Aid Scotland, and it's really shifting from advocacy planning to planning empowerment. I assume you get the gist. And in one sentence, Global Planning Aid is about us trained planners are training barefoot community enhancers. So we developed a methodology, and actually this is going back in time to one of my big mentors of planning, Patrick Geddes. Town planning is not mere place planning, nor even work planning. If it is to be successful, it must be folk planning, people planning. Yes, we're talking here about the 19th century, Scottish planners. So nothing really new, but nevertheless, it got a bit forgotten because of our education and the way we work. So we have a two-pronged approach. We will start with a place standard so that people can actually understand what are the problems of their own environment by using a digital tool. So this is in development. And then finally, we would like to test this approach in a real space. And we have actually, the Banjul mayor is very, very keen on becoming a test pilot for this approach, so that we train local NGOs to train the local community leaders in their city. So it's a kind of a two-phased approach. So that means we don't have to go with an army of skilled planners into the place. It can be mostly done remotely. Yes, so this is, I think, a COVID-proof approach. And what we are now looking for is, of course, sponsors to get this done. We could try for a kind of crowdfunding, but we applied for funding through Innovate UK. They said, fantastic idea, but if you can't prove that it will be financially sustainable, then you have to look somewhere else. So we are looking somewhere else. We have some contacts, and we're also happy to announce that the mayor of Banjul will be part of the opening opening ceremony of the upcoming World Congress. And this is the last slide. I hope to see you there. We will start on Sunday, which is the actual day of World Town Planning Day. And on the 9th, we will have a number of keynotes, including the mayor of Banjul. And I would say, well, pick up the voice, spread the message, and see how we can develop this barefoot planning approach all over the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Frank, for informative discussions. Without actually engaging with the presentation for now, because I'm mindful of the time, I will just jump start to the next presenter. That is Mr. Sithole, a very dynamic speaker. I've heard him speaking in different ceremonies, different functions. He's the CEO of South African Cities Network since 2002, and he was previously the local government coordinator at the National Business Initiative. Good morning to you, sir, and how are you?
Good morning, facilitator. How are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, thanks very much for the opportunity. And I think alongside other speakers, happy planning day, happy planning week, and happy planning month. I think the entire planning fraternity is in celebratory mode. And this follows just immediately. I think on the 31st of October was World Cities Day. So there's a lot of alignment, and October is Transport Month. And so there's a lot of alignment in that regard. I'm going to be very brief, and I in part just because I've already overrun my own time. So I hope the organizers won't find that problematic. I just want to contribute on 3 points. The first one is how I think in the African continent, and I suspect that will include all the countries and all the practitioners in the continent, how we lack our own narrative on what we want from planning. And this is, for me, the consequences of how colonization has impacted on the African continent. So if you imagine, when colonization took place, you had the English. They brought to the continent their own planning methodology and their own planning regimes. You had the Portuguese. You had the Italians. I mean, if you look at the western part of the African continent, Somalia, Eritrea, and some parts of the north, Libya. You had the French, surely, in the better part of West Africa, and some parts of Central Africa, Congo. And you had the Germans in Cameroon, in Namibia. So part and parcel of what I want to share with the planning fraternity today is that it seems to me, first and foremost, there's a need for Africa to have its own narrative about what planning is. Because part and parcel of the challenge we have is that we seem to borrow from all sorts of other influences without imposing our own influence on what we want from planning. And I think that for me is a very big challenge for the African continent. And if you bring it further down to South Africa, over and above 300 or 400 years of colonization and the influence that colonization has had on how we think about planning, you also have had the apartheid style of planning. So in South Africa, part and parcel of the challenge is to also deal with or undo the apartheid segregated way of planning. And so it's a big challenge. So, and I think it's a big challenge for the planning fraternity. So that's one thing that I think colleagues in the planning fraternity must help us with. The second is, there was reference, I think there was a speaker from eThekwini who she spoke about alignment or misalignment in planning. And I would rather at this point in time utilize South Africa, and I think this is where most of my experience comes from. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misalignment in planning. So let's look at it. If you are a South African planner, you need to appreciate the new urban agenda, for instance, if you are in urban planning. You need to understand the prescripts of the Sustainable Development Goals. You then have to be able to link that international packet of policy prescripts to Africa. The African Union Agenda 2063, which speaks to the Africa that we want, is very prescriptive about what should be happening in the African continent. And then in South Africa, you then have to have the National Development Plan. And I think particularly for cities and municipalities, Chapter 8 is very clear in the National Development Plan about how it is that we want to transform spaces, engage in spatial transformation, and put in place more inclusive human settlements, which cater for mobility, which look at climate change and all of that. And then in each of the provinces, you will have a provincial growth and development strategy. And then ultimately, at a municipal level, you have the IDP. So there are lots of issues around misalignment that I think one tends to observe in the South African context when it comes to planning. So again, the planning fraternity, I think for me, has to see itself as championing all of us out of the current trappings of misalignment that we have. And by the way, there's the objectives of all of these policies and planning instruments are very noble indeed. I think the issue is, how do we then practicalize these and implement in such a manner that we can dent or make the impact of apartheid on our society blunt? Because that's where the issue is. If nothing, and I think most people have been saying, if nothing, what COVID has done is to amplify how sharp apartheid spatial planning has been. It has indicated where the impact of apartheid planning has been, where poorer communities are the ones that are suffering most as a consequence of COVID-19 and the like. So that's the second thing that I think, Chair, I would like to share with the planning fraternity today. Perhaps what I need to add to the issue of alignment or misalignment is the language that gets to be utilized. Politicians get very much confused by some of the language that gets to be utilized across the various spheres, both horizontal and vertical, across the various spheres of government, between the private sector and the public sector, between civil society and the public sector and the private sector. So there's some ironing that the planning fraternity needs to help us with, so that we are all speaking the same language. Otherwise, we are going to continue facing what I think that the topic says, the paradox of planning implementation, because we tend to speak different languages, programs, projects, plans, strategic plans, strategic intents, and all of those. And I think that's something that the planning fraternity could help us with. I thought I must take the opportunity to rebut a comment that was made, which says, do we still need public participation in planning? Certainly. I think that question should never even arise. Not anyone that has experienced how apartheid divided societies and actually led to a situation where at least 80% of society was not included in decision-making cannot question why it is that we need public participation. Public participation is the cornerstone of our constitution. In fact, the fathers of our constitution ensured that no South Africa is left out in the planning, in the implementation of their own aspirations, that you needed participation. I think the Freedom Charter speaks about the people shall govern. And that is the central part of the planning prescript with which we need to move our planning fraternity and our planning practice as we move forward. So public participation should never be. In fact, I think we have a challenge of enhancing public participation, making it much more sophisticated, making it much more productive to the plans that we tend to produce as planners. The fourth, the third comment facilitator that I would like to make, which I think becomes an Achilles heel for planning, is this thing of governance, or rather the dynamics that come with inclusive governance. You see, let's utilize a city such as Johannesburg, and I'm sure quite a number of cities and across the globe for that matter have had situations where they want or they put in place long-term city development strategies. Johannesburg, I think in 2010, put in place a long-term strategic planning, which was called the Corridors of Freedom, where the vision that they had articulated meant that they would undo the central spinal cord of the city and link the city and ensure that there is affordable mobility between and within the city, that there will be specific properties that are purchased by the city and sold back to the public, so as to ensure that there is inclusivity, so as to ensure that there is a densification and all those principles that were there. And then later on, that plan was changed, all as a consequence of a change in government. Now, that is a governance conundrum that the planning fraternity has to embrace. So the planning fraternity ought to be saying to itself, how do we embrace a change of government? How do we embrace changes in the objectives of plans? Because the plans would have been done as far back, let's say, as 2010, 2011. And then you start to implement these plans. And then suddenly, 5 years down the line, you have a new leadership that imposes new objectives. So what is the planning fraternity telling us we should do? You know, in order that we soundproof the plans, because there was absolutely nothing wrong with the intentions that were stipulated in the Corridors of Freedom as a long-term city development strategy. And I think that applies across the various municipalities in the African continent and in Africa. The last comment that I would like to make relates to us understanding where we are finding ourselves. And I think there was reference to some of the 3 points that I would make. One, we have since 2008, 2010, had a situation where the fiscus, the national fiscus has been battered. There's no money so we no longer now have projects to play around. So how are we going to test our innovation, right? So let's say the World Cup 2010 was a nice project to test our ability to plan things and see them through to fruition. But today, we no longer have that money. The fiscus is empty, and similarly, the municipalities themselves, their own sources of revenue are being depleted. So how are we going to innovate as planners? Right? It's a big question. I think the second has been the impact of climate change. Climate change, which is forcing us to think anew, to think about different technologies that that contribute to sustainability, maintaining infrastructure differently and doing things new. I'm not sure if the planning fraternity has come to the platform or to the floor with alternatives. And when I say that, I'm not saying the planning fraternity has not, but I'm saying in a very robust way. I think the speaker indicated that planning is important because it ultimately determines what happens to people's lives. But I think it's also important that the planning fraternity is robust and it shows itself to be present. I've not, at least in South Africa, heard of any meaningful relationship between the lead department, COGTA, and the planning fraternity. I ask that question, why is it missing? Why is it missing? Then the third issue, which is the one that we're facing now, people call it COVID. I prefer to call it a disruption, right? I don't see anything negative about COVID as a South African. I think COVID, for me, is a blessing in disguise. If we get committed to saying we are going to rebuild our country anew, right? COVID has been a very necessary disruptor. It basically stopped us from doing business as usual. And it therefore is calling on us to exploit the innovation, understand we don't have finances, and say, what is the new way in which we can live? Those are the 4 ideas that I would like to posit in your conference. And please do excuse me, I will have to leave slightly earlier, but some of my colleagues are here. But those would have been the 4 things that I would have wanted to speak to. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banga, for very informative information and thought-provoking. I don't want to waste much time. I see our third speaker has already arrived, which is Professor Chidizi Marwala. He holds a PhD degree in engineering from University of Cambridge. He is a Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, and most people know him for his work in 4th Industrial Revolution, which he named Gonyo Gonyo Labuna in Venda. Thank you very much, Prof. Good morning, and how are you?
I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
I'm okay. We just want to give you some few minutes to give your reactions about the 4th Industrial Revolution and smart cities, and what's your reaction? What's happening there? Because you are writing a lot on those issues, talking a lot on those issues. We just want to hear some reaction from your part. What does that mean for planners, this 4th Industrial Revolution you were talking about?
I think the 4th Industrial Revolution means quite a lot for planning, because if we are to be able to plan properly, we have to use technology. I mean, from the days when people were using just the basic computer-aided design software to now, where the software is intelligent, we can do quite a great deal, you know, on planning, on understanding the dynamics of our cities, whether it is traffic dynamics, whether it is water provision dynamics.
Prof, we can't hear you. I don't know whether it's me. You seem to be very faint and far. Maybe you
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I don't know other audience. Maybe it's my computer from this end.
Yeah, no. So what? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So basically, what I was saying is that it means a great deal from the planning of our water provision, spatial planning, our transport dynamics, and how we can plan accordingly. I think without the 4th Industrial Revolution, we will never be able to build efficient cities.
Thank you very much, Prof. Now, there's this notion about, in terms of the 4th Industrial Revolution and the cities, where people, they're saying actually the move towards 4th Industrial Revolution is basically taking away jobs. And we got our cities where we got a lot of high unemployed people. How do we then balance between job opportunities and, of course, at the fourth industrial revolution, which seems like that's where we are going. That's how we are talking like this. Is the sign that we're going towards a more advanced technology way of communicating. I
think the way you balance this is basically by training people, because technology always takes away jobs. At the turn of the last century, when electricity was discovered, one of the biggest, if you go and read the newspapers of the time, one of the biggest complaints was that this new technology called electricity is going to take away jobs in the candle making industry. Of course, you would agree with me that it was important for us to be able to make that transition from using candles to using electricity. So I think the only way in which we can be able to deal with this issue is basically to skill ourselves so that we take advantage of the opportunities that are going to emerge. Because if we do not adopt these technologies, what it basically means, it means we are no longer going to be productive. And if we are not productive, what happens? Those industries that are supposed to become more efficient for them to remain competitive are simply going to disappear. I mean, if you look at what happened to our textile industry, nobody talks about what actually happened. Some people even put a wrong diagnosis saying that it is because we opened our economy too quickly. No, I don't think that is what happened. What happened was that the Asian countries such as China were basically making these textile products at a much more effective, efficient manner that it was simply cheaper to import those goods than to make them here. So you can never be able to stop the forces of demand and supply. What you need to do is to master the means and the ways of production.
Thank you very much, Prof. I would like to bring Frank here because I'm mindful of the time. Frank, I think he's still online. I can see that. Frank, can you just show your face up? Yeah, I just want to find out, how do we then balance this, Frank? You were advocating very strongly the issue around the communicative planning, or advocating for making sure that there's participation in terms of our plans. So what does this mean? How do we then bring on board technology and the notion around the fourth industrial revolution? How do we balance the two using these tools coming up?
Yes, thank you. I'm struggling with this idea myself. Doing all these on-ground, in-person visioning workshops, it is hard to imagine how you can transcend this into pure virtual remote planning collaboration. So with all respect for the fantastic webinars we have, it will never be the same as being together in a congress room or building or environment. So it is a challenge, but I think as the previous speakers said, let's not go this crisis to waste. We should use it for a better future. And the future will be hybrid. So we will get back to let's say the traditional face-to-face participation, but it's also a very good opportunity to innovate ourselves, our methodologies, and to reach out for e-participation. So in ISOCARP, yes, we started discussions in Cyber Agora. We will continue in the Cyber Lab. We have people experimenting with it as a planner, as a facilitator. It will be teamwork, but it's time to adjust. So I am confident that we will find the balance, but it will take a bit of a time to find that balance.
Thank you very much. I just want to find out from the audience if there's anyone who wants to ask the question directly to any of our speakers. I want someone who wants to just talk, so to just make sure that we're engaging. One person who's willing to just ask one question to our speakers. Okay. Now, I think on the absence of such, Prof. Marwala, what I just wanted to make some of the remarks around the fourth industrial revolutions and planning, and if you had prepared any presentation, I don't know.
Hope, just before you move on to the prof, I saw Ndumiso had his hand up. Ndumiso, please turn on your mic and your camera and just go ahead with the question before we move on. Ndumiso?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the speakers for incredible presentations. I'm not too sure if it's more of a question or more of a comment. As we've been speaking, Jay, in the chat there, Mr. Mbangwa laid down something that I think is in the hearts of many of us, especially around public participation. People are coming up with also ideas as to how do we then also improve public participation through, in this time of COVID. With my experience, I've also raised a bit of a controversial thing or statements in that sometimes we as planners are afraid to go into communities or to go and speak to the people directly. We just use participation as a tick box, or we use the councillors and the public representatives instead of actually going into the communities and explaining the projects and the planning trajectory that we might have, or the vision that of the project that we might be leading. So that's sort of what we maybe is another topic he can sample for our next webinar, things like that. So we'll see how do we improve public participation, how do we ensure that the public is involved from the first step, especially those that are seen as not having a voice or previously disadvantaged because of the fact that sometimes the voices that we want to hear are the voices of the people who are going to bring in the capital. But then those people have their own agendas. How do we ensure that whatever they want is going to also benefit the people on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think Mr. Mbanga is no longer here. She just left. I don't know whether any from the panel want to try to respond to that. I don't know, any of the panelists want to try to make some reflection on that, since Mr. Story is not here, which I think, okay, no, it's fine. So what I would then ask from our presenters is just to give us some remarks around, I've already mentioned Prof. Marwala, if you got any remarks you want to put together before. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Our cities serve as constant reminders of our apartheid past. Perhaps one of the greatest markers of this legacy is our spatial planning, which leaves huge swaths of our population out of reach from the central economic hubs. The long drive towards Soweto, Lenasia, El Dorado Park, and Annandale in peak hour traffic certainly attests to this. The convergence at Uncle Charlie's interchange and backup stretching the entirety of the N12 is in itself a reminder of a fraught past. The inherent separation and exclusion that define apartheid was not just limited to past laws and separate development, but in the fundamental way people were settled in the country. Designed to segregate and enforce policy-driven inequality, the Group Areas Act to a large extent is still with us. This, of course, is not only our challenge in our cities. Service delivery has become somewhat of a tainted phrase in South Africa. It often spurs feelings of frustration and hopelessness. What it essentially describes is the distribution of basic resources citizens depend on, like water, electricity, sanitation, infrastructure, land, and housing. But just this week, a resident struggled with water supply in parts of Johannesburg. We are once again reminded of the poor track record around service delivery and upkeep of these resources. Instead, what usually comes to mind when you speak of service delivery are protests demanding better services. The question then becomes, how do we subvert this narrative? How do we ensure that we create systems that enable us to better run our cities? I would argue that digital transformation is the key. Throughout the world, there is a shift towards embracing smart cities. Simply put, this is the implementation and development of urban services through the use of digital technology. It is perhaps one of the most prevalent instances of the Internet of Things and a representation of the fourth industrial revolution in action. The 4IR, the era we have entered, which is fundamentally shifting every aspect of society through intelligent technologies, has been touted as the key to finding solutions to many of our deep-seated issues. As we look at redefining urban planning, there are various technologies that can be deployed. If we use these technologies intelligently when we are servicing remote parts of the country and densely populated areas, for example, we could subvert the conversation around service delivery, which is often perceived as hopeless and tainted in South Africa. This is significant when you consider that according to municipal IQ, the rapid growth of informal settlements coupled with an unwillingness on the part of metros to accept them as permanent reality has resulted in a slow response to the service delivery needs of communities in our largest metros. It must be stated that in a country with stark inequalities such as South Africa, the adoption of smart technologies has to be inclusive. In the shift towards digital transformation, we must remain wary of leaving huge segments of our population behind. The goal is not to create deeper inequality, but to ensure that a blueprint speaks to our challenges and poses the necessary solutions. There is certainly scope for smart cities, for instance, in South Africa, but we have to get the how and why right. According to Deloitte, there are over 1,000 smart cities projects in countries like Brazil, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Half of these projects are in China, giving it the largest concentration of smart cities. Advances in AI, including autonomous operations, where machines or entire facilities can run themselves, could be a game changer. Smart cities and local governments are leveraging this technology in many ways. Data from the United Nations suggests that more than half of the world's population now lives in urban centers, and this proportion is expected to increase to nearly 70% by 2050. Africa is urbanizing faster than any other part of the world. It is estimated that African cities will double in population by 2050. This brings with its own challenges. It is estimated that 70% of South Africans will be living in urban areas by 2030. For South Africa, this pressure to innovate by local government is perhaps now more crucial than ever. In August 2020, the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, of which I am a deputy chair, released 8 recommendations. Just last month, these recommendations were made public. As we strategize our national 4IR blueprint, it is imperative that this is implemented at every tier of government. One solution posited in the recommendations made by the Presidential Commission on 4IR is to build infrastructure which integrates with existing infrastructure. This is particularly applicable to our municipalities. Much of the disillusionment with service delivery stems from a local level. In order to subvert this, the recommendations of the PC4IR have to be whittled down. The challenge of healthcare, education, public transportation, and water and sanitation local level in order to expand access. The infrastructure envisioned is software-based, data-enabled, and has cloud access. For instance, we need to look at the generation and delivery of energy, the extension and improvement of water infrastructure, and health and educational infrastructure to create a coherent and comprehensive infrastructure network. Elsewhere, through artificial intelligence, government websites can implement chatbots to complete transactions. This could be the first port of call for queries. A chat box could function based on frequently asked questions, which send predefined responses to questions entered by users on platforms such as WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger, for instance. We have already seen the success of this nationally with the government's COVID-19 WhatsApp number, which provides updated information when requested. Similarly, robotic process automation could also increase the speed and efficiency to cope with backlogs. RPAs can handle high volume and repeatable tasks that are often quite tedious for people to do. Similarly, AI could be used in awarding of tenders as it introduces objectivity and consistency. This eliminates human bias and reduces the possibility of unethical decision-making processes. AI can help improve urban planning by optimizing routes for transport operators, reducing commuters' journey times, a particularly significant move given our urban layout. Traffic data could be utilized by municipal governments for planning of roads and the monitoring of traffic patterns. This is quite a simple concept. This has already been successfully piloted in cities in the United States. This makes use of an AI system which detects vehicles in images from traffic cameras. This information can be sent to a control center where algorithms analyze traffic density. If the system detects congestion, it can direct traffic lights to reroute traffic based on real-time data. Machine learning could also provide mirrored solutions in terms of water supply, for instance, from predictive analysis. Yeah?
Professor? Sorry, Prof. Can you just go towards the closing, please? I'm just worried about time wasted.
In closing, thank you very much.
Thank you. That was quick. Okay, do we have any closing remarks from colleagues? Fred? Any closing remarks? Fred?
Sorry. I was distracted. No, I don't have any thing to add except of wishing you a good continuation, because I also need to leave to go to another meeting, and hope to see you all at our upcoming World Planning Congress post-oil city. Thank you so much, Hope, and all of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. I will then, I see Prof. Maroa, he's not online anymore. He's there. Yeah, so I will give Prof. just some closing remarks, then we hand over to our chair, Prof. Just some few closing remarks about the event before I can hand this over to our chairperson, who's running the ceremony.
No, thank you very much for the invitation, and I hope the deliberations are going to be used to improve our cities.
Thank you very much. Fortunately, I think my day ends here in terms of this, and I'll hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hope, and to the very esteemed speakers, Frank, much appreciated for your time. And Prof. Maluela, thank you very much as well for that very informative conversation. You really sparked a nerve and you made us think outside of the box. In fact, you made us just want to remove the box in it all. So right now, the box does not exist anymore. So thank you very much, guys. I believe that brings us to the adjournment of our first session. But before I bring this to a closing, I just want to hold a thought. As you leave, you're going to have your lunch. Hold this thought in your mind. The generation of 1929, they built the Empire State Building during the Great Depression. They also managed to build the San Francisco Golden Bridge at the Gate. I want to challenge you. We are the generation of 2020. What are we going to build that will become a historical landmark one day, which we will be remembered for as planners and in each and every field that you are in within the planning fraternity? I want to challenge you with that. Also, you would have been noticing on the comment section, the second session commences at 2 p.m. South African Johannesburg time. So make sure you are here back on time. We don't want you to be late. Also, very important, you have to select a room in which you will be going to. So there are 3 rooms that have been created. We have created a link. The reason for creating a link, as I highlighted yesterday, we had received a high turnout of registration, and the platform we are utilizing, which is Zoom, does not allow more than 200 participants in one room. So as a result, we have created links that when you click just on the link, you don't have to do too much. You just have to click on the link that you wish to go to. It will direct you to the room that you want. Room number 1 will be the room for special planning across the globe. Room number 2, COVID-19 in planning. And then room 3, smart cities and 4 IR. So I hope that is clear. Before you agenda, make sure you pick the room that you want to go to, and we will re-agenda at 2 p.m., 1400 hours, South African Johannesburg time. For now, go enjoy your lunch. Don't eat too much. We still want you back at 2 p.m. Have a blessed one.
Yeah, I guess Funele, please, you must be allowed to engage kahle nje, like robustly, not just in the chat, a little bit, just to ask questions, please, to the panelists.
Noted, Ndumiso. That's why we have the rooms. That is where you will be able to engage with the panelists and also the speakers that will be directed in those rooms. This is just a panelist session. The first session is really about to allow that conversation, and most of the questions will be addressed in the rooms, and we will have robust engagement during the rooms.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir.
Yeah.
Fortune, can you ask your IT people to post the links again? But the links also come up with passwords. It's causing utter confusion.
Okay, guys, can we just please have the links again? Our colleagues are complaining that they're unable to see the links.
Thank you.
Fortune, just to let everybody know that we do not have passwords attached to those links. If it's asking for a password, it means that they're asking for their Zoom password. We don't have passwords for the links.
Okay, colleagues, I believe you are all hearing. The links will not ask you for a password. It will just go straight to the room. If it's asking you for a password, it's probably requiring your Zoom password, the one you use for your own individual Zoom. So just keep trying them. Also, please, the technical guys, please also make sure that the links, you keep posting them as our colleagues are still logging in one by one. They are joining. I can see them joining. Let's just be patient with each other. We're gonna get everything underway shortly. We apologize for the technical problem. Good afternoon, colleagues. Once again, we are back for the second session. of our conference. Welcome back to all of you. I think we've waited enough for everyone to join in. It is indeed still the World Planning Day webinar. This is our second session on day 2. We had a very prosperous day 2 first session, which we were very much provoked and we were empowered. And also at the same time, we got to learn a thing or two, which helped us. Right now, we're going to go straight to our breakout rooms. You will have to choose a room in which you would want to go into. And as you know, we've got the spatial planning across the globe room, which is room 1. Room 2 is COVID-19 in planning. And room 3 is smart cities and 4IR. All of these rooms have been allocated facilitators. As you go into the room, you will be able to see who is facilitating the conversation there. And we also have thought-provoking speakers who will empower you and also encourage conversation amongst everyone. Participate and just make sure you are a part of the conversation, and make sure that you don't leave with a thought that you could have, said or mentioned, which could possibly help somebody. So what we'll do is when everybody is winning with the rooms, we will then continue with the rooms. But so far, if you haven't found your way into the room, quickly go to the chat. There's been linked which are posted up on the chat. Just click the link of the group you wish to go into or the room, and then just go into that room. It should lead you straight into the room. It will not ask you for a password. If it is asking you for a password, the password it's asking for is the password for your Zoom account, not the link itself. So you just let me know if there's anything else or if you are not winning. The technical team is working very hard trying to make sure that everybody is getting into the relevant room. So we've got enough time from now till about 15:45. It's going to be about an hour where we will have discussion and chats, and then we will get back here. I'm believing everyone is winning. Are you guys winning with getting into the rooms? Anyone still needs to get into a room who's not winning? Okay.
Yes, please.
Sorry,
yes, please.
Are you winning?
I need to get in. I need to get into a room. My internet was down now. I would like to go into room number 3, please.
Okay, please reload. Please post again the links to the rooms so that our delegates can be able to go in. There, the links go up again. Thank you very much. Just click to the third one, which is the link for room number 3, and you'll be able to go into that one. They're saying they cannot see the links to the rooms. Please go to the chat. If you are out, as you come in, the links will refresh and they will come up again. So to our technical team, please don't mind us. Just keep reloading the links as our delegates join. They are saying we are receiving the links, but they are not working.
There are people already in the room, so it's definitely working.
Okay. Delegates, can you just double check your connectivity on your internet? It could be your internet which is not allowing you to get into the room, because I believe if there are already colleagues in different rooms, it is definitely working. Just try and click again, refresh if you have to. I'm seeing a lot of people going in. It's asking for a password, okay? If it's asking for a password, it's normally your account password, the password to your Zoom account, not the link itself. The link should not ask you for a password. It should send you straight through into the designated room. Okay, Michael is saying we don't have a Zoom account, but it's asking for a password. Eric is saying I'm trying for the 5th time, it's not working. Guys, can you assist us here? Same problem. Rooney's having the same problem. Ibrahim is having the same problem as well. I'm also not being, Juliet is also having this. Okay, we have a lot of delegates here, Shakila, who are having a problem getting into the rooms. Okay, even Mr. Lichepewa is having the same problem. Okay, we are working on it, guys. I think we're just gonna communicate with the technical team and we're gonna get back to you in a second. We apologize for the inconvenience. Okay, trying to get into a third room. Can I just communicate with the technical guys and then I'm gonna come back live again? I apologize, just a minute and then I will be back live. Colleagues, if can I just have your attention just one more time? I'm gonna make an announcement so that we can be able to move ahead because we are having a problem. Yesterday after we were hacked, this problem started. So I'm thinking now what we need to do is just make a plan B. So I'm proposing a plan B in the next 2 minutes. What we need to do, technical, please work with me on this one. Can everybody move back to the main conference? Can everybody just come back to the main conference? And what we will do is, I believe every speaker was supposed to be speaking in one of the rooms. So what we'll do here is, I will just open the floor to each speaker and give them a 5-minute opening remarks. And then I will open to questions. And we will just have the discussion here instead of going through the rooms because we are having technical issues. I believe if everyone is okay with that, just turn on your camera and show me a thumbs up, and then let's just start with that, because I think that's the best solution right now, because we are having technical issues and we are unable to sort them out ASAP. Everybody agrees, right? Okay, perfect. Technical guys, let's just try and work here. If the speakers have presentations, I believe you would have given them to the technical team. So we're just going to start with the speakers who are going to speak in room 1, the special planning across the globe, which is Mr. Ashraf Adams, who is from South Africa. We'll allow him the platform, and he'll just, for 5 minutes, because we've got quite a few speakers, each speaker is going to get like 5-minute remarks. And then at the end, when all the speakers have gone, we will open for Q&A. I will take questions, and then you must say you are addressing your question to each speaker, and then they will be able to reply to your question. I think that is clear, colleagues. If we are all clear and on the same page, can you just show me a thumbs up that we're good with that? Okay, no problem. So, Mr. Ashraf Adams, if you are ready, please take the floor and do your 5-minute opening remarks and presentation, and then we will move on. After that, we'll have Mr. Alexandra Antonov. Okay, colleagues, I am not seeing Mr. Adam. I think he is not yet ready. We're gonna move on to Mr. Alexander Antonov if he is ready. Is he ready? Eric Parker is saying maybe it's the American election. We know the world is blue today, Mr. Parker. Yeah, guys, don't be too serious. Don't be too hard on our technical guys. We don't want them panicking and, killing themselves now. Let us just try and get the speakers that are ready. Do we have one of the speakers from the room who is ready? It doesn't have to really go in an order of room 1 going down. If there's a speaker from one of the rooms who is ready to do a presentation, please let me know.
Yes, I can present from room 2 on COVID.
Okay, who is this?
Mutafmanda.
Oh, okay, perfect. Please take the floor, sir.
The screen. Thank you. I hope you are. Can I share my screen? Yes?
Yes, please, you can.
Thank you very much. I was supposed to be in room 2 talking about COVID.
Okay.
So I
No
have
problem, Professor.
yes, I call COVID in Malawi. That is a short outline, but because you have given us 5 minutes, I just want to skim through so that I can provoke some thoughts. Basically, I wanted to explain to room 2 about the situation in Malawi. Very poor country, but very rapid population growth. Most of that is in the informal settlements. Our cities are very small. None of the cities is over 1 million. Then I show you here the situation of COVID in Malawi from May 2020, which is based on the Public Health Institute of Malawi reports. There it shows that we have had close to 6,000 cases and 184 deaths. There's a trend which shows that the rate is higher in the major cities, the 4 cities, if we compare with the national figures. As you can see there, the situation in the rural areas where the majority of the population lives seems to have been underreported, largely because of weaknesses of testing. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to explain why you would have only 37 deaths where the nearly 80% of the population is located. So globally, we have all those factors that are causing the spread of COVID. Many of those factors we all know, the issues of high density physical contacts and the lack of adherence to preventive measures. But I wanted to contribute that here in Malawi, we had a local context which affected the situation of COVID. So I put there that the COVID reaction here did not follow the same route that our friends had, especially in Europe, but also even here, including in South Africa. So I have cited 6 cases to show that we had a previous situation here which would have created chaos. The first situation that I point out is the issue of democracy. That COVID, at the time when we had the presidential elections that had been sanctioned by the judiciary, because the presidential elections that had been held in 2019 were deemed to have been fraudulent. So there was such hype that everyone was agitated for change here. Everybody wanted to participate in demonstrations and in the campaigns. And because of that, even the national political leaders were dismissing the threat of COVID. I cite there, for example, our current vice president actually questioned why people were not dying in this country when elsewhere people were dying of COVID. He was just trying to prove that COVID was not an issue here. Our former president had actually declared there's no COVID in this country because God had spared us. So you can see there that when the government, the then ruling party, was imposing restrictions, it was considered as a way of running away from the elections. Now the new government itself is failing now to implement its own directives. For example, the idea that we should have mandatory face masks in public places. The next issue I have mentioned here is that the judiciary paid its role. For example, there was a case of the Chinese people who were positive and who had arrived at the airport. When the Department of Immigration wanted to deport them back to China, they obtained a court injunction, and the judge ruled that such restrictions were against the Constitution and a violation of human rights. And that gave the leverage to the ordinary people to say that any restrictions coming from the government would be violating their human rights. Then recently, if you see on the photograph I show you there, there have been evictions of street vendors in Mzuzu to clean up the city. But those evictions forced people into congested trading places, in the process creating the risk of spreading COVID through physical contact. And then sometime at the start of the COVID threat or pandemic, as we call it, many people in this country actually declared that they did not fear COVID because to them, the issue of hunger was more important. So a study that was conducted by the IPO found that 82% of Malawians actually thought that COVID was less threatening than hunger. You will understand why that is happening in this country. The majority of the people are low income and they live by earning and spending on daily basis. So if there was any restrictions on movement, that people would not be able to earn a living. And the next is what I've put here as the violent reactions to COVID measures. It was very clear that when the health personnel tried to work with the communities, tried to help the communities because of the seed that had been planted in the general public that COVID was non-existent in this country. We saw actually equipment being destroyed, health personnel being chased or even attacked in this country. As a result of that, even the health personnel were afraid to go out to the public and assist. The main issue there was that people did not want anything to do with the COVID. Specifically, they didn't want to have any quarantine center next to them because it meant that they too would get the COVID. And the next is that in this country, I found that there was inadequate understanding of the gravity of the situation. For instance, we saw that Malawi was one of the countries that delayed to cross the borders, and that helped to facilitate the importation of COVID, including from South Africa, when they repatriated some of the nationals that had been stranded in that country. For instance, 1,000 migrants that had returned, 134 of them had tested positive, but when they were quarantined, most of them ran away and contributing to the spread of COVID. And to end this challenge, you know that in this country, many people are very religious, and the religious leaders were on the government throat, also threatening legal action, and we are not happy with the restrictions that were being imposed. And some of them actually were saying that COVID was a sanction for that was being imposed by the Almighty. In conclusion, I want to say the fact that high-ranking officials who had dismissed COVID started to die themselves, then some problems could be seen. As you saw in that graph I showed earlier, there was actually a peak in July about the cases and deaths from COVID. But I put it here that it is mere luck that Malawi has such low cases. When we know for sure that many actually dismiss or do not fear the pandemic. So I had a few points that I thought could help us as planners to think about COVID and what can be done. Then we have to think of ways of reducing the density of the major settlements by supporting the development of intermediate urban centers. And then I say there that if the hunger is what matters most to the people of Malawi, then the government and planners can so that there could be value addition which can help to create jobs and increase incomes. I see there also there's need to rethink the issue of evictions and the forcing the traders into congested market, because on one hand the government is saying there should be physical distancing, at the same time they are forcing people into congested. It looks like a big contradiction. And then last but one, I mentioned there the need for review of our zoning practices, because we know that the urban poor tend to be forced to be in highly dense populated areas where the issue of social distancing cannot be assured. And finally, I think that if there was need for involvement of the stakeholders, among them should be religious leaders, so that they can help in the awareness campaign to deal with the COVID threat. I think I've taken more than 5 minutes, but I was the first, so forgive. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Can you just
Thank you very much.
turn off? Yeah. So I'm not sure now who is the speaker that is ready, because but we according to who is the next speaker who is ready from the rooms. If you are ready, please notify me, and then you can just start with your 5 minutes presentation. From our speakers, Mr. Ashraf Adams, are you ready? Alexandra, are you ready? Any one of those speakers?
Ashraf has already started in the room that was allocated to him. So he's in that room presenting already.
Presenting as we speak.
Oh, okay. In the room, there's presentations already going on.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so we will not include the speakers for room 1.
All rooms have already started and the speakers are in those rooms already.
Wow.
Okay, but I've got colleagues here who have not been allocated into rooms. Any suggestions of how do we manage this, Shakila?
All 3 sessions are now being live streamed. If they go on to the UKZN YouTube page, all sessions are being streamed live.
Okay, so we'll agenda this and then they can just watch it via the YouTube. Can you please share the link to that stream on?
We'll do that now.
On the chat.
I'll share the links.
Okay, thank you. We apologize for the inconvenience, colleagues. I believe the rooms are already underway to those who are able to go in. Please check the chat. The link to the rooms is now being uploaded, and just click on the link and you will be able to view them. And we apologize, Professor, for that inconvenience you've already presented. I think it will not be fair to you to make you present again, but we will liaise with the facilitator on the room and hear the sentiment as to what do they feel. Or else we'll just take your questions here, and whoever needs feedback from you, we will take them here and move forward. But I will get back to you accordingly. Let me just communicate with our technical. Guys, please also upload the link that leads to the YouTube that is streaming.
This kind of stuff. Censorship.
Yeah, I just.
Siphindile fanele abantwana bazabela bahlangene philatelisi ntambama nje edrobheni philatelisi impoceni nje madamazana corona. Malusi. Kamba kanjani mshaya?
Ku-right man, ku-right. Uvule imic lapha abantu bayakuzwa.
Colleagues, please make sure you put your mic on mute. Please put your mic on mute, colleagues.
Okay.
ahead.
A very good afternoon once again, colleagues. What a challenging afternoon. You know what they say, if it's not challenging, it will never go up. Even when you are building buildings, you know there are always mishaps, there are always things that don't happen according to how we planned. I just want to confirm one thing, colleagues. Do we have all the groups back here? All the rooms, is everyone back? I'm seeing there's 144 of us back. I'm not sure if that is everyone. If you are in one of the groups and you know that you are back, please confirm for me that your group is everyone is back from your group. Because they say almost everyone. I'm not sure if all of us are back.
Hi, Mr. Nkwanyana. The planning in COVID-19 room is back here.
Okay, perfect. That's okay, that's perfect. The 4IR room, is it back?
Yes, Fortune, we're back. Smart
Okay.
Cities is back.
And spatial planning, are they back?
Yes, we're back.
Okay, fantastic. How was the rooms, guys? Can you turn your cameras on? I want to see you for the last time before we sign off for the day. I've heard that you guys left us out because we were stuck in the plenary. We were in the main room. We couldn't make it to the rooms. Okay, now I see you guys are playing VIP treatment on us, hey? I see you. You guys are coming here and acting like VIPs. We are all VIPs. You left us out. We are going to get you. All right, man. Just a sincere apologies to everybody that was left out and couldn't make it into the rooms. We apologize on behalf of our technical guys and also our whole team that was organizing the conference. There are certain things, man, you know, they're out of our control with technology. With my experience having, you know, facilitated many international conferences and webinars, it's something that happens all the time. But we are apologizing for this to everybody that was caught out and they felt like they were left out. You are not left out. We will try by all means, because I believe all the sessions are recorded. They will be uploaded on YouTube and will be shared to you. So we apologize for that. And for now, I want to allow you guys to take a moment and join me in doing our favorite thing, in ensuring that we enjoy today. Besides the glitch that we had now in the end, can we say today was a productive day with a thumbs up? Do you agree with me? If you agree with me, thumbs up. All right, awesome. Turn your camera on so I can just see you for one last time. Can we say the speakers that presented today, especially in the first session, they were on point? Thumbs up. Can we say the facilitators and myself, we were also on point? Can we say you guys are awesome? If you believe you are awesome, give a clap like this. Oh man, that is amazing. You know, some of us are so negative, you don't even want to clap for yourself. Come on, give yourself a clap. Come on, guys. You are clapping for you, you're not clapping for me. All right, man. Thank you very much, guys. Once again, it's been a productive day. It's been a day that was thought provocative and also, most importantly, challenged us to think outside the box. And I said this before. In fact, we are no more thinking out of the box. We have completely removed the box. Now we are shouldering forward as people that understand that in the journey, there will be challenges. In the journey, it will be hard. In the journey, there will always be people opposing what it is that we're trying to accomplish, which is big. And sometimes we need to understand every master was once an amateur. Every master was once an amateur. Every master had to go through certain things to reach a point where they are. So for today, I want to adjourn this session and say we're going to be back bright and early tomorrow for the last day. Guys, we're doing it for the last time. And I personally want to give you a clap for making sure you are part of the whole conference from start right to finish, and you have not missed a moment of the conference. For that, you deserve a clap. And you can clap for yourself one last time as I close. So tomorrow we are reconvening in the morning at 10 a.m. South African Johannesburg time. Wherever you are tuning in the world, remember that we are tuning in at 10:00 hours a.m. On South African Johannesburg time. Until tomorrow, remember the most important thing in life is to believe in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, no one else will ever see value in you. If you are a planner, you are not just a job holder, but you have a calling. Live up to your calling. Until tomorrow, have a blessed evening. Say goodbye. Tell your mom.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Fortune.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you. Thank you. Bye.
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 Thank you. Bye.
Fortune, thank you.
Big love, guys.